Good afternoon. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on June 16, 2016, the committee will resume its study on immigration measures for the protection of vulnerable groups. Appearing before us for this third panel of the day is Mr. Anneki Nissan, the president of the Centre for Canadian-Assyrian Relations, Mr. David Marshall, who's the team leader assessment mission to South Sudan for the UNHCR. And also joining us from Samaritan's Purse Canada, Mr. John Clayton, Director of Programs and Projects, and Ms. Raja Lisa Schmidt-Sagan, who's appearing by video conference from Duhok in Iraq. Welcome to everyone, and we'll begin with Mr. Nissan. 7 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, honorable members and guests. My name is Anneki Nissan, and I'm the president of the Centre for Canadian-Assyrian Relations. I've come here today to discuss the fate of the Assyrian community in Iraq and Syria. The Assyrians are a transnational, ethnic community that belong to a number of Christian churches in the Middle East and are indigenous to the region. Since the fall of Mosul and the Nineveh Plains to ISIS, in the summer of 2014, Assyrians have faced mass exodus from their centuries-old historical homes. They have been living as internally displaced refugees in northern Iraq in abhorrent conditions and have been marginalized in the political and social life of Iraq. As a result of this conundrum, others have fled the country and are now living in neighboring states as they seek asylum from various governments around the world. Those from Syria have faced larger threats of mass extermination at the hands of both government and opposition forces, and most prominently Assyrian-dominated towns and villages around the Khabur River were attacked and invaded by ISIS on February 23, 2015. Hundreds of community members were taken hostage and imprisoned by ISIS. The city of Qamishli, which was built by those fleeing the 1915 Ottoman genocide, has also been targeted repeatedly by ISIS, and most memorably during the 2015-16 Christmas season, where an explosion targeting those celebrating the season came to kill Assyrians and destroy several Assyrian-owned businesses within the city. Even as recently as June 21st of this year, the Syriac Orthodox Patriarch came under attack as he was praying for the victims of the 1915 genocide, alongside priests and bishops from other Assyrian denominations. This is all part of a systemic and targeted assault on members of the Assyrian community in Syria by ISIS and other forces since the outbreak of war in 2011. As members of the Canadian diaspora, we are urging the Canadian government and Canadian Parliament to help our community in both Iraq and Syria. We have a three-pronged approach to help our community alongside other minorities like the Yazidis, the Shebek, and others. Number one, we are asking the Canadian government to expedite the processing of asylum applications from members of the community alongside members of the aforementioned communities. This will help those living in limbo and begin the process to help members of the community gain a new life in Canada, where a substantial community already exists. Some of the first Assyrian settlers to Canada arrived in the late 1800s, and many helped settle North Battleford, Saskatchewan in 1903. Today, for example, in the Toronto-Windsor corridor, Assyrians have no less than 20 churches in the area where members are all willing to help welcome refugees and help in the process of integrating new arrivals in Canadian life. Additionally, many of those seeking asylum in Canada are arriving with educations and professional backgrounds that would allow them to become productive citizens. Number two, we are hoping that in addition to the help provided to refugees, the Canadian government, alongside its allies, can find a sustainable solution for those people on the ground in Iraq and Syria. Assyrians, Yazidis, Shebeks, and others have come under the help of oppressive regimes, and they are living at the mercy of people who are unable or unwilling to help protect members of their community. We hope that the Canadian government can help in providing humanitarian aid to those stuck living away from their homes in Iraq and Syria. Canadian government and Canadian aid agencies can help by working directly with Assyrian aid organizations on the ground, who have a deeper understanding of the issues that are currently facing the refugees as they seek to find a more permanent solution on the ground. Third, finally, Assyrians have been disarmed by Kurdish and Iraqi troops. This left their villages vulnerable, which allowed ISIS to invade their territory unopposed. We are hoping that the Canadian government, in its current mission against ISIS, can help fund, arm, and train the Nineveh Plains Protection Unit as they systematically work to liberate their villages from the grips of ISIS. I sincerely thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nissan. We'll now hear from Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall has indicated that he would take 5 minutes at this time, and due to the nature of his presentation at the end of this particular hearing, we will move in camera for approximately 10 minutes to allow additional information to be presented at that time. So, Mr. Marshall, 5 minutes.
Very much to you and to your colleagues for reaching out to the United Nations for this briefing on the human rights situation in South Sudan. The world's newest nation, tragically, a country some 5.5 years old, has had 2.5 years of war, in which more than 1.5 million people have been internally displaced and forced into harsh and dangerous living conditions. Thousands more have sought safety and shelter from their own government and opposition forces, finding refuge within UN compounds. The crisis in South Sudan is profound. A political crisis has led to a human rights crisis, and the consequences have also resulted in a humanitarian, economic, and security crisis. As you know, the conflict broke out in Juba, the capital, in December 2013, and through much of 2014, the UN and the African Union have documented brutal violations and abuses of human rights committed by both sides, the government and the opposition with allied militia, that the UN and the AU said in 2014 amounted to crimes against humanity and war crimes. In 2015, the Human Rights Council of the UN asked my office to undertake an assessment mission that I led to identify human rights violations committed in the country since December 2013. The report, which we issued in March of this year, concluded that in 2015, the government's counterinsurgency offensive in Unity State was carried out with the apparent purpose of spreading terror among civilians, including widespread sexual and gender-based violence, which led to the abduction of women and girls and indiscriminate attacks on villages, some of which involved massive looting of property and the theft of thousands upon thousands of cattle. Throughout this conflict, sexual and gender-based violence has been widespread. We documented in 2015 that the breadth and depth of the crimes against women and girls was alarming. We concluded that rape and sexual violence were being used as a weapon of war. The consequences of this violence upon the civilian population are grave and profound. We concluded in 2015 that, yes, yet again, remarkably, crimes against humanity and war crimes had taken place in South Sudan. As you may know, in international law, there are 3 atrocity crimes. The only one we haven't mentioned is genocide. And we didn't mention genocide because although we think the actus reus of genocide had taken place, there was insufficiency of evidence to conclude that the mens rea of genocide had happened. Nevertheless, we've concluded that 2 of the 3 atrocity crimes in international law have taken place. Thousands have been killed, many brutally. We documented children who were killed by being hung from trees. The campaign of sexual violence shocks the conscience. No one is spared, not children, not the elderly, not the disabled. One witness, a mother, described to us being tied to her tree as soldiers gang raped her daughter, and then shot her husband dead. The humanitarian crisis is 6 million, which is half the population, are in need of humanitarian assistance, almost 3 million of which are severely food insecure. Many parts of the country face severe food insecurity and possible famine. We discovered that civilians were forced into the wetlands eating grass and turmeric. The IDP population is around 1.8 million. Around 200,000 of those are seeking the protection of within the UN compounds, of which there are 6. The refugee population as of 15th of June, according to UNHCR, is 871,536. 70% of that refugee population are children. There's been massive destruction of civilian property. UN premises, schools, churches have all been attacked. Killings have taken place in churches and mosques. Killings have also taken place in UN bases. Humanitarians killed to date are 49, including UN staff who are disappeared and presumed dead, working with the World Food Programme. The economic crisis today is inflation is at 300%. The value of the local pound has dropped 90%. And the security crisis is also deeply troubling. The national security apparatus in South Sudan, so parking for 1 minute the conflict-related violence, the national security apparatus is everywhere in South Sudan, harassing, detaining, killing opponents. The democratic space is being suffocated with civil society under constant surveillance and humanitarian staff under constant threat. The additional challenges I would urge you to consider for vulnerable groups are just the sheer size of the country. I mean, it is France meets Belgium, one state, Jonglei. There are 10 states, is the size of Bangladesh. There's almost no paved roads. Much of the frightened population who are on the run are in hard-to-reach areas. The rainy season limits our movement, which is April through December. The malaria is rampant, including cerebral malaria, which has killed thousands, including UN staff. And the conflict has given rise to a new type of IDP settlement, which is those living within UN compounds. Those compounds were never intended to protect South Sudanese civilians from their own government. 2 days ago, we were informed by the government that the rotary wing aircraft of the UN would not be allowed to fly in the country. And also, we could not provide new UN staff to South Sudan. And our national staff are not allowed to leave the country. The Council of Elders, who are Dinka who support the government, have informed the UN that the idea of sending additional international troops, which, as you may have heard yesterday, is the idea of the African Union, would be a declaration of war and an invasion of the country. Despite these challenges, the UN and its partners in 2015 has provided assistance to 4.5 million people. In 2016, 1 million have been reached. But there is a critical lack of funding. As of the 12th of July, only 40% of the 1.3 billion humanitarian response plan for 2016 has been provided. On the topic of refugees, according to UNHCR, only 17% of the $573 million for refugee protection has been provided. And as you know, new fighting has broken out in February in Pibor in Jonglei State, and also, as you know, recently in Juba 10 days ago. In terms of what should happen next and what can Canada possibly do, I set out some recommendations in the brief note to you about the need for robust diplomacy. The crisis, as I said at the outset, is deep and profound and growing. Canada has imposed sanctions, asset freezes and financial sanctions against 2 persons, I believe, in 2014. There's a question that the UN has raised with member states, including Canada, as to whether or not there should be an arms embargo. There is no arms embargo against South Sudan. I would also ask Canada to consider providing military and police personnel to the UN mission, as well as adequate funding for the UN humanitarian response plan and also for UNHCR's refugee protection and assistance programs, as well as supporting civil society coalitions that are working for reconciliation. But the most obvious solution for protecting vulnerable people is a political transformation to end the orchestration of the violence, predominantly by the political elite of the country. In closing this part of my statement, I would say that the crisis in South Sudan is deep, profound, and almost existential. The international rhetoric of no more Rwandas appears empty. The government has no regard for life. You're either a loyalist or you're not. And if you're not, you're in peril of harassment, detention, and death. What's particularly distressing, I think, for us...
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Perhaps we can expand on your opening statement during the rounds of questioning.
So shall I close? Would you like me to end?
Yes, please.
I'd be happy to do so.
Mr. Clayton and Ms. Schmidt-Tagan, 7 minutes, please.
Well, thank you, Honourable Chair and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and hopefully contribute to resolving the difficult questions before you all. My colleague Raya Lisa and I will be sharing our allotted time. There are 2 questions we will address. First, are some refugee groups more vulnerable than others? We would like to offer testimony and evidence to this question. Secondly, how should Canada respond? We have distributed a brief which details 4 recommendations, and I'd like to turn it over to Raya to continue.
Greetings from Iraq. Over the last year, I have been serving as the director of a community center, providing services to a population of over 40,000 displaced Yazidis. While it has been mentioned many times already, the horror of the Yazidis have experienced is ongoing, and we must acknowledge that thousands of Yazidi women, children, and youth remain in the clutches of ISIS today. I have worked for NGOs internationally for over 15 years in countries like Afghanistan, Haiti, Pakistan, and I thought I had seen the worst of humanity. But then I moved to northern Iraq, and I heard firsthand the accounts of what these Yazidis have had to endure at the hands of ISIS. I have seen no other minority group in Iraq who has had to endure the evil that ISIS has perpetuated against the Yazidi population. Please understand, we do not want to minimize in any way the ISIS horrors inflicted on these other minority groups. 718 days ago, on August 3rd, 2014, entire Yazidi people group became the focus of an ongoing ISIS genocidal intent, as clearly documented in the UN Human Rights Council report released on June 15, 2016. This is now formally recognized by the UN and the Government of Canada as genocide. They have been singled out because of their religious narrative and perceived lifestyle. Throughout Iraq, Yazidis have been stigmatized as subhuman, dirty, and devil worshippers. I sat down with my Yazidi staff and talked with them about what they have faced and why they wanted to leave Iraq. This is what they told us. We have been attacked and targeted by Muslims because they think we do not believe in God. The future looks bad for us as Yazidis, and we are worried about our children. We think that our children could be killed and targeted by Muslims in the future. We would prefer to leave rather than go back to Sinjar. No one protected us there. We have lost trust for everyone. Neither the Peshmerga or the Iraqi army protected us. They handed us over to ISIS. We lived close to Arab Muslims, and when we were attacked, we were abandoned by them as well. Abandoned by our neighbors who we have known and welcomed into our homes. These people helped ISIS to attack us and our girls. After what happened on Sinjar, we no longer trust Muslims, especially because of what happened to our girls, who have been taken, held captive, raped, and sometimes killed. End of quote. Yazidis are victims of genocide, the most heinous crime of our modern era. However, trying to leave has held its own challenges. Most Yazidis are internally displaced and therefore not considered refugees. Most Yazidis do not have proper identification. The Kurdish government will not issue identification because Yazidis from Sinjar are from regions of Iraq that are controlled by the central government. This means a very costly and dangerous trip to Baghdad to get passport and documents. Many of them, certainly the ones in my community, are not wealthy and do not have the resources to go to another country. Some have scraped together the money needed to be smuggled out of the country, but many are not willing to risk this. One of our staff's extended family lost 11 people in the Aegean Sea when they attempted to cross. This leaves them in a vulnerable position, remaining in camps and temporary shelters at the mercy of a region that wants them to leave. Yazidis understand that they exist in a surrounding culture and context that views them with contempt. They do not expect to receive fair treatment in systems that we would expect would serve them. All these challenges leave them feeling trapped. If Canada is going to seek to offer services to them, it is important to understand this context and ensure that those who engage with them are aware of this history and these biases. The Yazidis need Canada's assistance and intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin the round of questioning. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we just, I was going to continue on.
Okay, Mr. Clayton, please.
Like my colleague, I have extensive experience working internationally in many of the worst places in this world, and I'm highly honored to speak on behalf of the Yazidi people and other minority groups because I visited there 3 times and because I know what I've seen and observed. I'd like to clarify that we don't represent a sponsorship interest in this, although we're sympathetic to the situation that they face and want to speak on behalf of what we've seen on the ground. We're responders, not involved in this end of the equation. As a Christian organization, Samaritan's Purse mandate recognizes the universally accepted humanitarian principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence. These principles are central to Canadian foreign policy and all international humanitarian action. I disagree with some of what I've heard in previous testimony regarding these principles. Humanitarian principles of humanity and impartiality, by definition, recognize that there are priorities of need which must be directed to those most vulnerable and most affected. Yes, there should be no discrimination in applying these principles, no favoritism or no partiality shown. However, once a vulnerability is deemed to be genocide, the discrimination argument disappears because genocide is the worst. It's recognized that way. On the worldwide spectrum of refugee vulnerability, we see plenty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. That's widespread. Even these terms themselves imply a scale or a degree of criminality. What we've personally observed and what is unique with the Yazidis is this term genocide. Arguably, this merits the Government of Canada's highest priority on all levels, including immigration. Yes, some refugee groups are more vulnerable than others. This is irrefutable when there is genocide. How should Canada respond? Our brief that we've provided outlines 4 recommendations in detail, but in summary, we recommend that the government accelerate and prioritize Yazidi refugee process, including the internally displaced. Secondly, we recommend that Canada prepare specifically designed support for Yazidi refugees who have experienced a variety of genocide traumas and will need special care when they arrive here in Canada. We recommend that Yazidi refugees who have left Syria and Iraq yet remain in the region in places like Turkey be identified as the most vulnerable and be the first priority. Lastly, we recommend that the recommendations contained in the United Nations Human Rights Council report on Yazidi genocide be enacted by the entire government of Canada. It speaks to many other aspects other than immigration. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton.
Welcome questions.
Mr. Tabara, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here, and thank you for the work that you're doing and raising awareness of each region in the world, and I really want to thank you for all of that. My first question was to Mr. Marshall. According to the UN report that you've worked on and that was recently published, violations perpetrated in South Sudan may amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. It includes killing and other attacks against civilians, rape, and other acts of sexual violence, violations of child rights, including recruitment and the use in hostilities. You mentioned in your testimony some of the crimes and crimes against humanity that you mentioned, but in this article here, I'm just going to mention, and you can reiterate to this too. You can that. It's between April to September 2015, the UN recorded more than 1,300 reports of rape in just one state in South Sudan. Also, in this report here, it says that crimes against humanity, there's such incidents as children and disabled killed or being burned alive, suffocated in containers, shot and hanged from trees and cut into pieces. This is very, very disturbing news, and I know it should be getting more attention probably in the media. But my question here is that the report mentions in particular that sexual and gender-based violence has been widespread, and you mentioned a little bit in your testimony. Can you elaborate more on that?
I mean, from December 2013 up until today, it has been used as a weapon of war, we allege, the UN alleges, predominantly by the government forces and associated militia. And I think what was so striking for us in our most recent investigation is the impact that has had on, like, the social fabric. When you meet, particularly, I mean, many of the men are dead in families, and the households are led by women, and the stories they tell over 2.5 years of kidnapping of their children. We're talking about girls who are kidnapped, taken to bases, government militia bases, and used as sex slaves, and sometimes shot dead, sometimes released. 2.5 years and no one's preventing this, no one's stopping this. The government has said publicly that it will do its best to prevent sexual violence, but it hasn't happened. I think, so as I said, what was so striking for us is the damage it's actually now doing to the communities. These communities are suffering enormously over this campaign of killing and sexual violence and disappearances, in addition to everything else, destroying their houses, stealing their cattle, stealing their food. It's, as I said in my statement, it's this existential crisis, because you may know that we have 10,500 troops in South Sudan who've been there since 2013, and we don't have enough troops to protect women and girls.
Following clashes in Juba a few days ago, thousands of Sudanese have been displaced, and you've mentioned many numbers in your testimony. We've read that there are cholera outbreaks in local camps, that even civilians and staff in UN camps get caught up in the fighting. With only 17% of the UN appeal for South Sudan being raised so far, and humanitarian responses sorely lacking due to severe underfunding, what are the prospects of the displaced people in the country?
I think it's grim. I think today it's grim. I heard before I came here from a colleague in DPKO, the Department of Peacekeeping, that the World Food Programme had said it had lost millions of dollars of food that had been stolen. So the UN prepositions food for the rainy season, which has just started, all that for civilians, and all that food has been stolen by government soldiers. A few days ago. So the prospects are grim. The UN sites aren't intended to protect civilians on this scale, but we had, I think, 13,000 plus civilians that came to our site 10 days ago in Juba alone. And we're worried about government rhetoric that you may have heard in the news, which is that they believe opposition figures are in these sites, or in UN sites, and I think we're fearful that these sites may be raided. These UN sites may be raided by soldiers, government soldiers.
We've been talking in this committee a lot about how to get to IDPs and how to reach them in the countries where they're displaced. In South Sudan, if that was the case, you mentioned that there was 49 humanitarians killed. If there was such a program that countries were to try to get IDPs from a conflict zone, would that raise a lot of security concerns, as you mentioned, in South Sudan?
Yeah, I'm sure John could speak to that as well. I mean, humanitarians have been murdered. They've been beaten. When I was there from October through January of this year, humanitarian offices in Juba were raided by the national security apparatus. Staff were beaten, cars stolen, money stolen, food stolen. Movement is restricted. We, the UN, which have a Security Council mandate, a robust mandate to protect civilians, are prevented from using our helicopters and planes to fly around the country with our troops. The government prevents that from happening. Or I should say, we have to seek clearance first, and we never get clearance to move our aircraft, our food, and our armed peacekeepers. So the conditions, I think, that we're working in South Sudan are extreme, and I think that's the solution, frankly, is through the Security Council. That's the only solution, and the African Union, I would suggest, to see some movement in this government. But the government seems to be not interested with cooperating with either us or the African Union.
So even local police forces would be unable to provide safety for any humanitarian?
So I would suggest, our reporting suggests that the local police force had been involved in the atrocities, the killing of civilians and the rape of women and girls, so we wouldn't trust the local police authorities.
Mm-hmm. 30 seconds, I guess.
Thank you. Ms. Rimpel?
Thank you. Mr. Clayton, my understanding is you were sitting in the panel, you listened to the panel prior to this, so you would have heard the recommendations that I read out that we're considering as part of the committee. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you support those recommendations?
Yeah, I support those recommendations, and I would just add, I do think that, as I mentioned in the fourth recommendation that we've contributed, is that there is a need for a whole of government approach to this, because this does exceed the mandate of or issues regarding immigration or refugee or asylum. There is calls in those recommendations from the United Nations to fund the support and the possible return of Yazidis into the areas they've been displaced out of. So I think there's those issues. I think also as a Canadian citizen, to realize that I may have the numbers incorrect, but I believe there are 60 individuals here in Canada that have served with ISIS. do we have war crimes perpetrators, do we have genocide perpetrators in our midst here in Canada, to look at the full implications of what this thing really looks like. So I would just encourage a whole of government approach to the recommendations that have been made, and our recommendations really are built upon what those that UN document specifies.
Mr. Nissen, I believe you were also in the room as well. Did you want to comment on the recommendations? Is this something that, are those something that the Assyrian community would support?
Absolutely. We do support all of the motions that you put forward, or the recommendations you put forward. We also wanted to add to it, and I know green zone was mentioned in discussion at the last meeting. To us, the green zone is an Inuit Plains region. We have already started an Inuit Plains protection unit that is dedicated, that are starting to train, that are aimed at protecting that region from any onslaught from ISIS or any other opposition groups. The hope is that we have about 4,000 signed recruits. We have only 500 that are trained. The hope is that through the current mission that Canada is already involved with training and arming the Peshmerga, that some of those resources are allocated towards the NPU to help them establish themselves as a defining, or as a fine force within the NPU, within the Inuit Plains, and to provide protection and aid to the Assyrians and the Yazidis.
To you as Mr. Nissen, Mr. Clayton, as well as Ms. Schmidt-Teagan, we've heard several witnesses, different witness groups, everything from groups that are working with LGBTI refugees to Yazidi refugees themselves, saying that the UN selection process for vulnerable minorities is flawed. And I really don't think that this is a partisan issue by any stance. It's just becoming a fact that's coming out of testimony. Some of the areas of flaws that have been mentioned are very lengthy delays. One Yazidi man showed or had an appointment from one of the refugees in the camps for 2022. He talked about discrimination based on religion executed by the UN officers. These are difficult things for us to talk about. We kind of don't want to talk about these things. But I'm wondering if these are things that have actually been, if in your experience as on-the-ground organizations, you can validate. And if we should be, as a government, talking to the United Nations, which does excellent work, but if they're asking us to accelerate the asylum claims of Yazidi applications, we had somebody from the UN in the room here earlier this week. They weren't able to tell us that they've taken any measures to rectify some of these issues that, if we're relying on their lists and they're not giving us those names, there's a problem. So I'm wondering if you can validate that testimony, or if you can expand on it, or, if it's not factually correct, let us know. But I think that this is something important that we have to talk about and not turn a blind eye to as a result of this committee. So I don't know, Ms. Teagan-Schmidt, or Schmidt-Teagan, I know you're on the ground there. Would you like to begin?
Sure. I can say that much of what you've heard is true. Just today, I got two reports that I found disturbing. One was the report of some of our workers visiting a refugee who had an appointment for 2021 and was told maybe not even 2021, it might be 2022. So I can confirm that that is definitely true, and it makes no sense to me why the UNHCR cannot be providing refugees. That was just for refugee status. That wasn't even for immigration. That was just for status as a refugee to be able to move forward in the immigration process. The other report that I received today was from Greece, which was a Yazidi, one of our Yazidi beneficiaries commented to one of our workers that it was really hard for them because they were still living in Muslim context, and the Muslim NGO workers that were serving them were, after hours, overheard calling them all sorts of names.
Interrupt you there. So this is a difficult topic to discuss. And I think it got glossed over in the last committee meeting. So we had Yazidis say that they had experienced discrimination by Muslim UNHCR workers. I know this is something that's very difficult for us to talk about, and but are you validating that particular comment with this anecdote?
I am, yes.
Mr. Nissan, did you want to comment, just with the time I have remaining?
Yeah, I could speak to my own personal family. I had an uncle who was in Syria. When Khabur fell, he still remained there to help the internally displaced people to kind of evacuate the region, if you will, and try to find accommodation and shelter in Hasake. His daughter is now living in Sweden. His son is in Germany. And he's in Canada now, finally, after 2 years of paperwork. Him, his wife, and his youngest daughter are now in Hamilton. So that was also through private sponsorship. So they're living with his brother. So it is a long and lengthy process, absolutely. And they are at the point of desperation where they're willing to tear apart their entire family just for the safety and security of Western nations. So we're seeing lots of families in the similar state where you have some in Europe, some in Australia, some in Canada, U.S., but they don't care as long as they're alive. They'll figure out a way to reunify later. But right now, get out of there, and that's their only mindset.
Thank you. Do I have time left, or?
You have 30 seconds.
Mr. Clayton.
Il vous reste 30 secondes. Monsieur Clayton, je vais vous accorder le reste de mes 30 secondes. J'aimerais que vous nous disiez, en fonction de votre expérience, si on devrait recommander aux Nations unies de fournir davantage de formation à ses employés, ou est-ce qu'on devrait intervenir autrement pour protéger ces personnes et aussi pour tenir compte du fait qu'on a déclaré qu'il y avait effectivement un génocide. Eh bien, je crois qu'il faut d'abord se pencher sur qui s'adonne à ces pratiques. Oui, nous voulons croire que les principes humanitaires prévalent et que l'intégrité prime, mais en fait, il y a aussi la réalité. Il faut se demander si c'est une priorité dont il faut tenir compte. Est-ce que ces gens-là sont au courant de ce qui se passe? Je ne sais pas s'il y a des mécanismes en place pour ce faire. Merci. Madame Kwan, 7 minutes. Je remercie tous les témoins d'être venus se faire entendre aujourd'hui. Bon, j'aimerais revenir sur quelques propositions qui ont été faites. Il semble qu'on ait affaire à un thème récurrent. Bon nombre de témoins en ont parlé. On a proposé de rétablir la catégorie des personnes du pays source. Et cela vise les personnes déplacées. Ainsi, grâce à ce type de programme, elles pourraient présenter une demande d'asile. J'aimerais savoir ce que les témoins en pensent. Nous allons commencer par les témoins présents dans la salle. Nous devons trouver une solution. C'est ça l'objectif. La catégorie du pays source, c'est intéressant. Et oui, on devrait rétablir cette catégorie. Parce que de jour en jour, on est en train de perdre espoir. Et plus on attend, plus il y a des vies qui sont perdues, plus il y a des familles qui sont déchirées. Le fait de proposer ce type de catégorie, ce serait bon à long terme. En ce moment, c'est le désespoir qui prévaut. Il faut trouver une façon de régler à court terme le problème et puis ensuite on s'occupera des éléments à long terme. On a été capable de faire venir 25 000 Syriens en quelques mois. Et par contre, on a pu réussir à faire des contrôles de sécurité, etc. Alors je ne vois pas pourquoi on ne pourrait pas en faire autant pour les Yazidis. Avant de passer aux autres témoins, et je crois que vous étiez présent dans la salle lorsque j'ai lu un certain nombre de propositions et de recommandations pour études, y compris le fait de prendre des mesures immédiates pour protéger les victimes de génocide et protéger les femmes qui ont été violées, les femmes qui se retrouvent veuves étant donné qu'on a tué leur mari. Et il y a aussi les orphelins. Je crois qu'il y a 3 000 à 5 000 victimes. Et on devrait prendre des mesures pour faire venir ces personnes au Canada rapidement. Mais il y a aussi beaucoup d'autres groupes qui ont été recensés. Et on nous dit que ce qui manque, c'est la catégorie du pays source. Cela veut dire que les personnes qui sont déplacés à l'intérieur de leur propre pays ne peuvent présenter une demande d'asile sans cette catégorie. Monsieur Clayton. Effectivement, je crois qu'on doit agir immédiatement. Et là, il y a la définition de réfugiés, la définition de personnes déplacées. Oui, les mots, c'est important, mais on ne doit pas s'attarder à cela. Il faut penser à d'autres mots comme génocide, par exemple. Donc, il faut agir. Madame Schmidt-Tiegen?
Down anything that's been said.
Okay. I'll just repeat my question then. I was asking about immediate action, and it's been suggested to the committee that that we take immediate action, particularly to target the victims of the genocide, women who've been raped, women who are widowed, orphan children, and to take a special measure from government to immediately expedite in bringing the survivors of the genocide to here to Canada, with the range of 3,000 to 4,000 to begin with. And then, of course, ultimately, what's coming forward in a lot of the committee's testimony from different witnesses is that what we need is a classification, the source country classification to be reinstated, perhaps in a adjusted manner, but to be reinstated so that we can address the issue of those who are internally displaced, and so that there's an avenue to which they can seek refuge elsewhere. So I'd just like to get your comment with respect to action that needs to be taken, and what your thoughts are around the source country classification.
I definitely agree that immediate action does need to be taken. The source country thing is hard because we need some sort of system to be able to work with the IDPs who do not have refugee status. So how do we get them out to a place where they can get refugee status so that they can start the immigration process? And that's a huge bottleneck for these people, especially the vulnerable who do not have men in their households who will do this stuff. So many of the women who have escaped from ISIS or been released somehow, they have come back and they don't necessarily have a husband anymore. Their husband might still be in captivity, their children might still be in captivity, or they might just have their children with them, and so they have no one to actually go through that process with them. And for many of these families that are from the Sinjar area, many are uneducated, and so they don't necessarily even know how to start moving forward with that process. So there's a lot of advocacy that needs to happen in country to start helping them be able to gain refuge in another country.
So in light of that challenge, are there folks on the ground, organizations, and international human rights groups perhaps could come into can be utilized in order to provide assistance to help get those applications if there was a source country class stream?
I think there are definitely organizations. I think of Yazda, Free Yazidi, different organizations who could come alongside to help with that process. One of the big things that I know that a lot of organizations here face is just being understaffed and underfunded. And so if there's a way to help staff that kind of program, I think you would find organizations who would be willing to come alongside and help the Government of Canada in that process.
Is it possible for us to receive, the committee, to receive that information? So if there are organizations that you think could be of assistance, and extend this to all the witnesses, to provide that information to the committee. And I see the chair is sitting up telling me that my time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Bond.
I can definitely do research on the ground here.
Mr. Sarai, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you to all of you from Iraq to those that have been in Sudan and Eritrea. This question is to Mr. Marshall. We've heard, not just now, but also before, and I first want to point out that I have the highest regards for the United Nations and specifically their human rights and refugee wing, in acknowledging that the Yazidi atrocity is in fact a genocide, and they did it very diligently and appropriately and with the right research and analysis. But what I found troubling is to find out, and although you're not the expert in that area perhaps, but maybe you can comment, is why the process to even be interviewed and be called a UNHCR refugee would take 2021 or 2022 for your first interview. I just find that appalling that somebody would have to wait in a UNHCR camp and just gotten refuge, but then have to wait for 4, 7, 6 years to be able to be considered that. Can you comment on that?
No, I don't work for UNHCR. I work for the Human Rights Office. I also don't cover Iraq, so I can't speak to the issue, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, I will ask you, maybe Ms. Schmidt-Teagan, if you can elaborate. Have you asked and inquired on why the delay in timelines has happened in these UNHCR camps, why it takes so long? What's the logical answer that they've given back, or the explanation?
I have not asked yet. The example that I gave happened in, I believe, Turkey with one of the families that had fled there. Now that I know about it, and I only found out about it today. Now that I know about it, it is a question I want to start asking my UNHCR colleagues here on the ground.
And my second question is, do you know why, even if they are in segregated camps, we understood today that the Yazidis are in segregated camps. Why are they still facing violence and threats while they're in the camps, or are they safer while they're in their segregated camps?
In the segregated camps, there is a degree of safety, and the people that are in charge of the camps that I work with are Yazidis themselves. So there is a degree of safety that is guaranteed to them in the camps. So because of the rumors that they've heard in Greece and Turkey, there is a huge hesitation on their part, even though the deplorable conditions in the camp, even because of the deplorable conditions in the camp, there's a huge hesitation for them to even pursue leaving because of what they've heard back from other people.
Do you have any numbers of how many Yazidis would be still in an ISIL or Daesh-controlled area in Iraq?
It's over, I know in captivity there's over 3,000 still, and in most of the Yazidi population fled into northern Iraq, so there's very few left in Daesh-controlled Iraq.
So there would be a few that are, I guess, internally displaced. The rest would be, although might be still in Iraq, but in a separate or safer area relative to obviously being under ISIL. Am I correct?
Yeah.
My next question would be to Mr. Clayton. Sponsorship agreement holders, and I know you said you're not a sponsorship agreement holder, but since you deal with refugees, is one way, they are allowed to identify who they would like to sponsor, and not just the priority of the UNHCR, but they were able to make their own priorities to be resettled to Canada. What is your opinion on the balance of private versus government-assisted refugees that Canada receives each year? Do you find that balance fair currently, or do you think it should be tilted in one way or the other?
Yeah, I find that question right outside my realm of expertise. I'm more aware of issues outside our country than ones inside. I know in terms of the family that we participated in their arrival in Canada, having sponsored or assisted someone in their arrival, I can just see the benefit of that in terms of the assimilation or the adjustment to life in Canada. So I think that's where I would, if I was a refugee, that's how I would like to be brought into this country.
Mr. Nissan, what's your thoughts on that, on privately sponsored versus government sponsored, and the ability that privately sponsored can pick and choose groups that they wish to sponsor?
Yeah, I'm going to echo the same as Mr. Clayton. I'm not well versed on that, whether or not the government is it doing enough or not enough or whatnot. I can't speak to that. I just know that through privately sponsored, through the despair, people are sacrificing everything that they can here to make sure that they do what they can, put up the money that they can to bring the people over, many of which don't have the means really and are really scratching and penny pinching everything that they can just to raise the funds to help bring these people over.
Mr. Marshall, if I have a bit of time, in order to be eligible for resettlement to Canada, a person must meet the UN Convention definition of a refugee or be outside of their country and seriously and personally affected by civil war, armed conflict, or massive violation of human rights. Do you think the definition for qualifying for Canada's protection should be changed, and if so, how?
Again, I'm afraid it's sort of outside my area of expertise. I mean, I was asked to come here specifically to speak about the human rights situation in South Sudan, so I don't feel comfortable speaking to those issues, which is within the jurisdiction of another UN agency, which is UNHCR.
What I'm asking you, you're dealing with the IDPs in Sudan, and currently Canada doesn't have a proper mechanism to help those other than perhaps some humanitarian and compassionate ground applications. From your work or your knowledge, do you think it's better to revise those provisions for Canada, or do you think that the existing framework is satisfactory to assist those, or alternatively, do you think that aid is the main answer that is needed for those people that are in the areas that you've seen?
Again, I mean, it sounds like a UN bureaucratic response, but I just don't feel comfortable speaking to an issue that I don't have expertise in, if I may. I do have some suggestions that we'll go into in camera that may answer some of those questions.
Okay, fair enough. We'll keep those.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now suspend for a minute to allow the committee hearing to go in camera. I'd just like to inform some of the visitors to the committee that while in camera, it's just the committee members, the witnesses that are testifying, and the support staff that are allowed in the room. So I'll allow for a minute for the rest of the viewing public to leave the committee room. Once again, our department officials from Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada, Mr. David Manicombe and Mr. Bruce Grundison. Welcome back. And from Global Affairs Canada, Ms. Heather Jeffrey. And we'll begin with Mr. David Manicombe and Mr. Bruce Grundison. I believe you'll be splitting your 7 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and welcome to all the committee members. I would like, first of all, to make a clarification from a response made by Mr. Bob Orr at a previous session. A member requested if the department had ever been directed to track if refugees were members of religious or ethnic or sexual minority groups. The response provided was negative. As while the department does track the nationality of refugees, it has never systematically tracked the religion or ethnicity of refugees. However, in a break with standard practice, starting in early 2015, the department was instructed to track if resettled Syrian refugees were members of vulnerable ethnic or religious minorities, or members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, intersex community, as part of identified areas of focus. This work had to be done on a manual basis using case notes made by officers, as our systems do not track and therefore cannot extract this information. This practice ended in fall 2015 upon the beginning of the major Syrian refugee initiative. In May 2015, IRCC officials were also instructed to begin tracking the religious and ethnic affiliation of all refugees resettled to Canada. Officials have begun exploring the manner in which such a tracking system could be implemented. However, this was never put in practice. I'll now continue with my opening remarks. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee as it conducts this important study. My name is David Manicombe. I'm the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister for Strategic and Program Policy at IRCC. I'm here today with Bruce Grundison, who is a Senior Director in IRCC's International Region. J'aimerais prendre quelques minutes pour faire quelques remarques d'introduction.
I'll take a few minutes to offer some opening remarks, after which Bruce and I will be pleased to respond to any of your questions. Mr. Chair, as my colleague Robert Orr mentioned in his appearance before this committee earlier this week, Canada has a strong and long-standing humanitarian tradition of resettling vulnerable people from around the world, people who have been persecuted and displaced and who seek our country's protection. One of IRCC's main mandates is to maintain that humanitarian tradition and to ensure that Canada continues to provide protection to those in need around the world. So we take very seriously the challenge of helping vulnerable and displaced people around the world. And we're highly motivated to address this challenge with policies and programs that are both compassionate and effective. Mr. Chair, over the past 2 days, you and your fellow committee members have heard many hours of testimony from a number of individuals invited to address you.
I'd like to take a few minutes to build on some of the things you've heard from others in this room. Mr. Chair, a number of witnesses have discussed the possibility of broadening the definition of a refugee to include vulnerable populations such as IDPs. It's important to remember that there are risks inherent in reopening the 1951 UN Refugee Convention, as some countries would like to make it more restrictive and to reduce state obligations to refugees. Canada supports the current definition as it offers a robust roadmap for protection and for solutions. At the same time, we continue to engage with our partners in the international arena, aiming to use our country's position as a leader in refugee resettlement to further international discussions on best practices in protection. An important example of this is our participation and leadership in the upcoming international summits in September regarding refugees and migrants. We are appreciative of this committee's work and continue to welcome proposals and input from committee members, from witnesses, and from other Canadians on how we can further improve our system. Like any well-run institution, our immigration system works best when it is flexible and can adapt to ever-changing realities and emerging challenges. As you have heard, the source country class was repealed in 2011 due to challenges that made it ineffective and were impacting on the department's other humanitarian programs. However, the department has maintained the flexibility to respond to specific and unique circumstances, and at present it does so through the ability to grant permanent residence based on humanitarian and compassionate considerations or public policy considerations. Voici un exemple de considération.
I'll give you an example of a public policy consideration. From 2012 to 2014, in response to a request from the United Nations Refugee Agency following the 2010 earthquake in Haiti, Canada admitted 40 Haitian women and their dependents. These were single women who had been displaced, who had been subject to sexual violence, and who lacked other protections.
These are a tool the minister has under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to facilitate immigration for humanitarian reasons, and they are typically used to respond to exceptional, specific, temporary circumstances. To that end, IRCC conducts monitoring of specific vulnerable groups who may be in particular need. The situation of the Yazidis, who face grave violations of their human rights and terrible affronts to their dignity, is one such group, and we continue to monitor developments in northern Iraq. Canada's Urgent Protection Program was also discussed this week as a program to ensure that Canada can respond to urgent requests for resettlement of those under threat of being returned home, of expulsion, or facing direct threats to their lives. Canada accepts about 100 cases a year under the Urgent Protection Program. Each of these cases referred directly to Canadian visa offices by the United Nations Refugee Agency and processed on urgent timelines to ensure the refugees' arrival in Canada in the most expeditious manner. Monsieur le Président, la question qui fait l'objet d'une discussion centrale.
Mr. Chair, a central debate that has emerged over the last 3 days is whether our system in its current form is allowing us to reach and to assist the most vulnerable. The committee has heard from witnesses able to speak firsthand or to provide secondary accounts of the plight of certain particularly vulnerable groups. At the same time, we must not forget about those vulnerable individuals who are not able to appear before us to advocate for their own protection, or who do not have allies here to advocate for them either.
Canada stands by its close collaboration with partners in identifying individuals in need of resettlement. Along with private sponsors, who are an integral part of our system, Canada confidently relies on the United Nations Refugee Agency as the international expert best placed to identify protection and, where appropriate, resettlement need. As you heard from the witness from the United Nations Agency, the agency uses objective criteria established through consultation between all resettlement countries to make assessments of resettlement need. Referrals for resettlement are just one of a large set of protection activities the UN agency performs on the ground. Through this broader protection work, conducted alongside local partners globally, the agency has gained the expertise necessary to make determinations of vulnerability. By working with the United Nations in this way and contributing to resettlement efforts for priority populations as identified by the international community, Canada is able to maximize our contribution to global efforts to assist vulnerable individuals. Once again, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this committee, and my colleague and I will gladly answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manicombe. Ms. Jeffrey, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members. My name is Heather Jeffrey, and I'm the Director General for International Humanitarian Assistance at Global Affairs Canada. Je suis heureuse d'être de retour parmi vous aujourd'hui.
I'm pleased to return today to respond to any further questions about Canadian humanitarian assistance to support vulnerable groups in inaccessible regions.
My previous remarks, all persons who are affected by humanitarian crisis and have identified needs are eligible to receive humanitarian assistance, irrespective of their status, including IDPs and refugees. We channel our humanitarian assistance as a matter of policy, not through governments, but through trusted humanitarian partners, including the UN, the Red Cross and Red Crescent family, and non-governmental organizations. Humanitarian actors aim to save lives, alleviate suffering, and maintain the dignity of the crisis-affected populations. They give priority to the most urgent cases of distress and therefore do not make distinctions on the basis of nationality, race, gender, religious belief, class, or political views. Access has been rightly identified by many before this committee over the past days as the most critical variable that affects the ability of humanitarian actors to provide support to vulnerable populations, particularly in conflict situations. And it's also the most challenging to resolve. By operating in accordance with the humanitarian principles, our partner organizations are able to engage in dialogue with all parties to gain greater acceptance for their activities and thereby improve their ability to reach otherwise inaccessible populations. And to that end, Canada has been and will continue to be a very strong advocate for the humanitarian principles. However, we also recognize that access challenges clearly remain. Therefore, we're continuing to engage diplomatically through a variety of channels to try and address all the ongoing situations of concern, and to insist publicly that all parties to conflict respect their obligations under international humanitarian law. We also continue to direct our humanitarian responses through a diverse network of humanitarian partners in order to try and maximize the reach and scope of the assistance that's being provided. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be pleased to respond to any further questions you might have.
Mr. Fredriskatos, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manicum, I want to go back to your early statement at the outset. You said that under the previous government, if I understand your testimony, tracking actually happened, tracking on the basis of identities happened, and this was the case for all refugees. Who ordered this? Who asked for this? And why was that the case?
Per my testimony, it was not the practice for all refugees. This tracking was put in place for the resettlement of Syrian refugees only for a period beginning in January, February, we're trying to pin down the date, 2015. And that was the policy of the government at that time.
Okay, so it was just for Syrian refugees, you're saying?
That's right.
Okay, so not for all refugees. Why was it the case? Were you given a particular reason?
The government of
Please.
The government of the day had put in place a number of areas of focus to prioritize the processing of refugees from Syria and asked the department to record at interview the matching, if you will, of the cases in question against these areas of focus.
It just seems there's a lot at play here because there's obviously been reports about the Prime Minister's office and, in fact, the Prime Minister himself wanting to be involved in the vetting of Syrian refugee applications. That fact, combined with the fact that there was an obvious order to track particular identities with no particular reason given, apparently, as to, the desire being that these identities are in need of protection because there's a certain threat. There was no particular reason given in that direction. I'm a bit perplexed by all this. And it's quite, in fact, it seems un-Canadian. I'll go back to the point that I just cited about the Prime Minister's office being heavily involved, and in fact, department officials being asked to do things in a way that does not match up with Canadian tradition. In your experience, all the years that you've worked in your capacity, has this ever happened before?
Nothing identical to that, no.
Okay. I want to ask another question relating to testimony that we heard this morning from One Free World and their director, Mr. El Shafi. He said that a formal proposal was submitted by his organization to Minister Alexander, the then Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. Is that the case?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so a proposal was submitted and reviewed by the department and,
right.
and by the minister at the time.
That's right.
Okay. If I can ask Ms. Jeffrey, we've heard a number of recurring themes here over the past few days, specifically in relation to, a number of things, but as far as a whole-of-government approach goes, I think it's fair to say, I think committee members around the table will agree that This is not, dealing with vulnerable peoples is not a burden that can be placed onto the shoulders of one particular department, IRCC. This has to be a whole of government approach, and Canada has much to offer in that regard. Can you talk about that? Can you tell the committee what you think about that particular insight?
Yeah, indeed, this is the challenges that are posed by protracted conflict situations in particular have shown that the most effective approach is one that combines not just humanitarian assistance or development assistance or resettlement and other durable solutions, but an integrated and ideally jointly developed approach to deal with all of the facets of a crisis that affects vulnerable populations. And that's something that was discussed at the World Humanitarian Summit, and that all of the countries who attended are actively implementing as we move forward to try and deal with what really are challenges on an unprecedented scale with such a large number of protracted conflicts that are remaining unresolved for long periods. The Iraq-Syria crisis response that was announced last winter is really the first time that we've had multi-year humanitarian assistance, which is allowing us to jointly plan together with our development colleagues a continuum of response that allows us to respond first to the emergency needs, food, shelter, security, but also to bridge into livelihoods, education, the sort of long-term needs of populations that in fact may remain displaced or outside their homelands for long periods.
Last question. In fact, I just want to underline and point to the importance of it. That's why I raise it one more time, Mr. Manicom, just to confirm the tracking of religious and ethnic affiliation that you talked about. That applied specifically to Syrian refugees resettled in Canada. It was not in relation to other refugees. Is that correct? Or
yes, it was the tracking of vulnerable ethnic or religious minorities or members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual community as part of a number of identified areas of focus.
Okay, could you provide a copy of the One Free World report to the committee, and can you answer whether or not the proposal submitted was approved by the department? If not, why not?
I believe the department can provide a copy of the report received under the previous government. The department analyzed the report in somewhat a similar fashion as it has been doing recently to update advice and provide comment and expertise to the Minister of the day. There was no decision taken to proceed at that time.
What was the reasoning there? Was the report, did it fail to meet certain expectations? Was there a problem with it in that regard, or could you comment at all on that?
To my knowledge, there was no formal decision taken. That is, an analysis was undertaken of the basic context, quite a preliminary one, and there was no decision to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fredriskatas. Ms. Rumpel, 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manicom. So just to be perfectly clear, for the record, you were instructed by the previous government to track the efficacy of our program's priority of prioritizing cases of ethnic and religious sexual minorities for referral to Canada. Is that correct?
The department was asked to track whether or not resettled Syrian refugees were members of vulnerable ethnic or religious minorities or members of the LGBTI community as part of identified areas of focus.
Mr. Manicom, are you aware that many witnesses, as well as my colleague from the NDP today, has said that this needs to be a best practice in order to see if Canada is actually bringing the most vulnerable, persecuted religious and ethnic minorities to Canada as part of its refugee initiative?
Yes, I've read the transcripts. Yes.
Thank you. Was it the previous government's intended policy to prioritize cases of ethnic and religious and sexual minorities for referral to Canada by the UNHCR for refugee resettlement under the government-assisted refugee program?
Those two categories were two of a number of areas of focus.
Would under the areas of focus prioritization consideration that the previous government asked, would it be fair to say that Yazidis would be included under that particular characterization?
Would be.
So, when the previous government instructed the department to prioritize cases of ethnic and religious and sexual minorities for referral to Canada by the UNHCR, that Yazidis would be included under that categorization?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. There has been several media reports, leaked data, which shows there was an audit that was conducted. This audit was actually the subject of much political discourse during the election. And it showed that there were a limited number of ethnic minorities that had been brought to Canada in the data that was provided in that audit. It was, there was a majority group that had been brought in. And this was through the government-assisted refugee program, where would Canada have gotten those referrals from? Would it be from the UNHCR?
They would all have come from the UNHCR, but I need to repeat that those were only several of a number of areas of focus that the previous government asked the United Nations to provide to Canada.
Thank you. We've heard from many people that, specifically in response to the UN report, which has recently declared the genocide of Yazidis to be occurring, that we should be accelerating the asylum claims of Yazidis who have been victims of genocide. If we are going to put in place a policy that would accelerate these applications or any sort of specific program to bring more Yazidis to Canada, would it not be prudent for the government to track whether or not we actually brought Yazidis into Canada to measure the success of our program operationalization?
Well, it would be a very complicated question to answer as to whether or not Canada should implement in a systematic way the tracking of ethnicity, religion, and sexual minority status in our refugee system.
If we don't...
That would, if I could...
And I realize there's sensitivities around this. I mean, let's call a spade here. What we don't want to be, creating xenophobia or racism. But if we're stating a priority that we need to be bringing in a persecuted group that's facing genocide, should we not be seeing whether or not our system is actually working by tracking who's coming in under that program? Would that not be, in terms of like the public service, we often measure the outcomes of programs. Are you saying that we should not be measuring it in that situation?
Not at all. If we had a program that was dedicated to one group and we're asking for referrals specifically from one group, as we have done under a number of public policies, for example, one of which I cited and one of which I was deeply involved in the operationalization of in India for Tibetans, then of course that's a very isolated program. It's a different thing to put in place, for example, the systems needed to know how many members of the 28,000 or so Syrians resettled so far, or Iraqis or globally, are Yazidis or Christians or Shiites and so forth. That's quite a different undertaking.
In what way?
Well, under the principles of privacy collection, the governments don't collect systematic information from people unless it is of direct relevance. So for example... if that's the case, then how are we supposed to, as legislators, understand whether or not our system is actually bringing the most vulnerable to Canada? People are vulnerable for a large set of different and complicated reasons. We have the vulnerability criteria laid out in the UNHCR handbook, and we sit and work with the United Nations High Commission for Refugee with other resettlement countries on a regular basis to establish which populations we are working toward. But an unprotected woman in a refugee camp may be extremely vulnerable primarily because she's a woman, not because of her ethnic origin. Someone who also happens to be gay may quite primarily require protection because of their political opinion. So to put in place a system, and if one wants to provide statistics that are reliable, you have to do it systematically. So to put in place a system where at each interview we ask each person, are you Jewish? are you Shiite, are you Muslim, are you gay, and record that data is something which would require a great deal of resources and a decision by the government to collect this information on everyone, regardless of whether or not it is pertinent. So that would raise a number of principles with the Privacy Commissioner, for example.
I only have a few seconds. You said that Canada confidently relies on the UNHCR to provide us with lists of refugees, yet we've heard witnesses say that the UN themselves couldn't tell us what they're doing to accelerate Yazidi applications. We've heard of wait times until 2022 for Yazidi claimants, and we've heard about discrimination based on religion by UNHCR representatives. Is there anything that the government's doing to work with the UNHCR to overcome some of these obstacles, or consult with people that are working on the ground that are providing this data? If we're going to confidently rely on it, shouldn't we be monitoring it?
Absolutely. And Canada is an integral part of the Resettlement Working Group in Geneva. We have previously on multiple occasions chaired the tripartite consultations on resettlement, which involves the entire humanitarian and non-governmental sector, as well as the member states of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees and the agency itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manicom. Ms. Kwan, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses and ministry officials for appearing before us. I think our task here today is to not make it difficult for officials to answer questions, to explain government's previous or otherwise in terms of the direction, but rather to say the work before the committee today is to try and find some solutions to address the crisis that's before us. And we've had a whole array of witnesses who appear before us with lots of suggestions. So to that end, I want to focus in on a couple of things. One, with respect to the issue around tracking. On the Syrian Refugee Initiative at the outset, when the government announced this initiative, one of the identified groups that they highlighted were women, children and family, and LGBTQI community members at extreme risk. And so to that end, my questions were centered around especially on the LGBTQI community. How do we know that we're reaching that goal, to which we're now learning that we're not able to really identify that very readily? So there's a question, and I think a solution has been found with respect to the witnesses before us on how we can actually do this better and how to focus and target this highly vulnerable group. And that is that recognizing the countries to which I think we were informed, about 63 of them across the globe, that has declared people's sexual orientation and gender identity to be illegal, right? And in those instances, then we can classify that as a vulnerable group in that sense, and therefore target that. And is that something that we can do as a policy decision in terms of going forward to address this issue of vulnerability? I ask Mr. Manicom, I guess. I'm not sure who would be most appropriate to answer this question.
I'm not sure if I fully understood the question, Ms. Kwan, but certainly sexual orientation, Canada has identified as one of its resettlement priorities for a number of years. We have always been front and center at the United Nations in saying that if you have persons in need of resettlement who are members of the LGBTI community, think of Canada. There are certainly other countries who resettle the LGBTI refugees as well. So it's not only Canada that works in this way.
No question, Canada is not the only country, I get that, and we do this internationally, but Canada has a role to play, and I'm proud of the work that we do historically, and I think we can do more, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this government in advancing that goal in the international stage, but as well as locally for us to take pride in. So I gather from that answer that it is feasible and plausible for us to do that as a policy direction. On the second question, with respect to this recurring theme that has occurred at the committee, and that is to bring back the source country class applications, and which I see in the presentations that there are issues with respect to that and how it was prior to 2011. Is there not some way in which we can adjust or tweak the problems that were identified with this classification to today? Because virtually every group that's appeared before us had advanced that as part of the solution to the problems that we face. I get it that we can use the humanitarian and compassionate status opportunity to bring some of these folks in. But as we know, there are lots of limitations with respect to that. And right now, as it stands, for all those witnesses who appear before us, that does not seem to be working for them. And so we have to do better. And if we try to do better, is there an opportunity, and can the committee then work with the officials to try and find a way to bring back this class in a way that's workable and to solve the problems that existed prior to now?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. I'm stunned with such a great answer, short and succinct. And then as well, is there a way, because right now we have the Yazidi genocide crisis, and so that issue, to me, a genocide is happening and there's urgent action needed for the international community, to which Canada is part of. And that genocide taking place, it doesn't really matter whether it's religious belief, political beliefs, or any other reason, right? The fact that there has been identified genocide, and therefore there are victims of genocide to which we need to take action. It was suggested to us that we can actually move into immediate action with a special measure to bring in the victims. So these are victims of rape, people who have been widowed, for example, orphans, etc. That we can actually move into action right now. And can we bring in a special measure then to do that? And then for Canada to do this in addition to our immigration levels, which is targeted at the humanitarian compassionate grounds at 2,800 to 3,600 people. Is that something that we can act on now?
It is. There are the authorities in the Act to develop a public policy on that basis. The operationalization, the processes to identify where resettlement is the best option for individuals, and putting in place mechanisms in the region that ensure the safety and security of everyone involved are the issues which the department and the government are looking at this time.
Okay.
The legal mechanism is already exists.
Right, and there are folks who suggested that actually they have a database. They actually have collected names and identified individuals to which, if there's a mechanism to go in and to bring them out, it can happen. It can happen like right now. So is it feasible for the government to work in conjunction with them to make that happen?
That's what we're examining. It's not quite that simple. And the mechanisms to do so, as far as right now, are quite complex. We're working within a sovereign state. There are a number of security considerations in the area, and the fine-tuning of what is the best policy and how it's designed, if the government wishes to proceed with that amongst its many other humanitarian priorities, are the sorts of things that we are in the process of, as a government, as a department, of analyzing.
I get it.
15 seconds.
It's never that easy. Nothing's ever that easy, but it is feasible and doable. And so, in my last,
I don't know if it's doable. It depends on the situation on the ground at any given time. So that's what we're analyzing. I just don't want you to say that.
So what kind of timeline in your analysis is it going to take?
I don't know.
Thank you.
The situation in Erbil a month from now, I have no knowledge of what that will be like.
Thank you. Ms. Zaid, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. And before I ask the formal question, I would just like to say a few words. Over the last 3 days, we have heard very powerful and moving testimonies from vulnerable and internally displaced groups around the world. These were very difficult and heartbreaking stories that call for action. And our committee will be reflecting on these stories as we prepare our report for the fall, which I hope will include comprehensive recommendations for a framework to help these communities. We do also need to recognize the urgent crisis faced by the vulnerable communities and the persons today. This urgency is why the committee unanimously decided to hold these meetings in the summer. Canada has been held up as a world leader for our response to the Syrian refugees, and I thank you all for the work which you have done in that. And I hope Canada will continue to be a leader in responding to the concerns we have heard this week from a lot of different groups. As mentioned by my colleague also, during the last 3 days, we have heard a lot about several witnesses about restoring the source country program. Many people have said that that would be a good mechanism to allow Canada to assist vulnerable and internally displaced persons. But we also heard that the program was previously constituted was in need of reform to be more effective in achieving these goals. So further to my colleague's question, would you expand on how do you see the source country program in the context of assisting these populations, and what modifications would you recommend to make it more effective in this regard?
Yeah, these are difficult and quite complex questions of policy design. When the source country program was designed, it was designed very much to solve the sorts of problems that have been before the committee over the last few weeks. The source country program had a listed number of countries in the regulations, so that each time one wished to either remove or add a country to the list, it was controversial, cumbersome, and led to a whole lot of discussion. Countries didn't like to be on the list because it implied that they were a failed state. So it caused those sort of diplomatic issues. Adding a country to a list, therefore, involved interdepartmental consultations and consultations with the international community and so forth. And then you had situations where it became operationally extremely difficult to work in a given country, which was a source country, yet we still got to add applications flowing in and so forth, which in practical terms, it was very difficult to manage. So for those reasons, it was felt that the program was not efficient and not necessarily meeting the greatest need. So it was, in effect, replaced with the public policy provision, which has a great deal of flexibility and scope. Whether that's the best mechanism, if there's something in between the two, which can have sort of the profile of the source country program, yet retain the flexibility of the public policy instruments, is certainly open to the imagination. I would say that the public policy provisions, on their surface and as they have been used, are able to respond to relatively small and medium-sized situations in a wide variety of countries. Each of them is operationally complicated to establish. From a resource point of view, you probably end up, sadly, helping fewer people than you would have under our other programs. There's always those very challenging and sometimes disconcerting trade-offs that you have to make in policy design. So those would be my general comments, but certainly it would be a fruitful topic for analysis and continues to be the challenge of getting the design right. It's, I think the design we have is pretty good. Could it be improved? Possibly.
Another suggestion to provide a mechanism for Canada to assist the vulnerable and the internally displaced communities was the minister's discretion to provide consideration on the humanitarian and compassionate grounds under Section 25 of the Immigration Act. Do you feel this would be an effective way to assist these people? Are there any challenges that you would like to identify?
In my mind, the public policy provisions effectively do that. So I don't see, I don't at first hand anyway see that there is a additional legislative or regulatory authority required to meet some of these objectives. Perhaps I misunderstood your question, Madam.
Like, do you see any challenges, or do you think that this would be an effective way to assist?
What would be an effective way?
Like this is a use of the Section 25 of the Immigration Act to assist vulnerable and internally displaced communities, well, to have minister's discretion.
Yeah. In my view, that's what the current public policy does. The challenge isn't in identifying needy populations. The challenge is making the very hard and heartbreaking decisions as to which 0.1% of extremely vulnerable people globally Canada will assist. That's the heartbreaking challenge, whether they are refugees or internally displaced persons. As I say, I believe the public policy provision we have in place provides the needed ministerial authority to take such actions. The challenges are often diplomatic, logistical, financial, security, and the very challenging question of establishing priorities amongst so much need. Thank you.
I'll share my rest of the time with Mr. Virani.
Mr. Manicom, thank you for being here and clarifying some of the policies that were in place of the previous government. I just want to clarify, or ask you to clarify, was the tracking that was at that point unknown to the department, but was the tracking that was asked to be done, was that for whom the department should be accepting after the UNHCR makes their referral, so that you had an ability to accept ethnic and religious minorities?
It's a very difficult question to answer. The areas of focus were set out to guide our relationship with UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Agency, as to which sorts of cases amongst the many Syrians in need of resettlement Canada would most like to receive.
The majority of the refugees in the region are Muslim and Sunni Muslim. Is that correct?
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Rumpel, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just pick up on some of the comments around the source country class and Section 25.2. I think regardless of political stripe here, we're trying to look at the best possible option for public policy in this area, given the testimony that we had. I think that we've heard comments that having the source country class was perhaps a good thing, but we also know that there were challenges in operationalizing it, and that particular public policy option being nimble enough to act in these situations. And my understanding is it was in 2012 that's when Section 25.2 was put into the Immigration Act as sort of a different option to do the same thing. Is that correct, in essence?
Yes, the exact date I'd look to experts at 2012. We could confirm that. But
the intent.
Yes.
We also heard testimony that Section 25.2 has been difficult for people on the ground, if you will, to operationalize or to work with. So, I think that there's some unanimity in the committee here that perhaps at a later date we could look at the efficacy of this particular tool, since it's 3 years young at this point, 4 years young. And certainly, I would encourage my Liberal colleagues, perhaps this is something that we could revisit in greater detail in the fall. In the meantime, given that, we've heard very compelling testimony and we have a recommendation from the UN to assist Yazidi victims of genocide, is Section 25.2 something that could possibly be used to accelerate these applications?
I'm only hesitant about the term accelerate because we don't have any applications in the strict sense of the word. It is a tool which could be used to resettle internally displaced populations, including Yazidis, yes. From a legal point of view, it has the authorities required.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the UN prioritization criteria, and I'm not trying to be critical of the department, but we did hear very compelling testimony today that there are significant flaws within the UNHCR selection process, and this isn't necessarily being critical of them either. It's just how can we make things better so that we can save some very seriously persecuted people that are facing genocide. So, you listed a lot of committees that Canada is part of, but has the department recently ever, first of all, has the department actually approached the UNHCR specifically with regard to the concern around wait times for Yazidis? Or the fact that we haven't been able to identify them through that process? Like, has there been any communication saying, hey, this is something you're telling us to do, but we're not getting any from you? Has there been any communication with UNHCR to that effect to date?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
We don't have a Yazidi-specific program at this time.
Okay.
Yeah.
If there was going to be one, and we've heard this testimony, is that something that the department would typically have a conversation with the UN about, to say, how can the UN, if we're going to rely confidently on the UN less, but they're not bringing Yazidis up through that, would that be a relationship or a discussion that we would have with UNHCR to accelerate the identification of those people?
Yes, the UNHCR would not have the legal authority to refer internally displaced persons to Canada. That's not part of their mandate. So we would be working with other partners. I believe the Germans, for example, did some work with the International Organization for Migration. The UNHCR's legal mandate is conferred by the General Assembly, and it has its limitations from a resettlement referral point of view. Even though the organization is involved in assisting internally displaced persons in many ways, they don't have a legal mandate to assist them.
Now, I'm going to ask a very difficult question, but the implication has been made by my colleagues. So I'm going to put it very bluntly, and I'd like a very succinct answer. Was the department ever directed by the previous government to discriminate against or exclude any particular ethnic or religious group as part of the government's previous government's response to the Syrian refugee crisis?
Discriminate against?
Yes, as to not select, as specifically to exclude certain groups from coming to Canada.
The areas of focus was a positive list, if you will. It identified 9 areas of focus or interest. So it was not exclusionary literally. In effect, of course, if you establish some priorities, you deprioritize other things, right?
And what we've heard today from people is, and as you said, there's a lot of heartbreaking situations, but we do prioritize at times. Is that correct? Throughout Canada's immigration history on refugees, we have said we are making this priority, just as the government has said now, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Asasi, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just several questions. First of all, given my colleagues have asked about Section 25, currently, as I understand it, for this year, the estimates are set between 2,800 and 3,600 people for Section 25 use. Has there ever been an occasion since 2012 when that number has been raised?
I'd like to clarify that space in the levels plan is used almost entirely for persons already in Canada who are seeking to remain in Canada for humanitarian and compassionate reasons, not for resettlement from abroad.
So it doesn't give us the necessary flexibility to use with respect to groups that we've heard from.
No, I wouldn't say that. The annual levels planning process, combined with the authorities under 25.2, provides the ability to identify groups, small, medium, or large, for public policies under 25.2.
And do we know so far in this given year how many of those slots, if you will, have been used?
I don't have that information with me, but the department will meet its objectives under there. But again, the vast majority of these are individuals in Canada who would like to remain in Canada, and their personal situation is such that they don't qualify under other programs and therefore have submitted a humanitarian and compassionate application.
Absolutely. But just given the fact that we do have to focus on recommendations, I'm sure it's an issue that would be of interest to many. The second issue is it's emerged during the testimony here that on several occasions we were informed that individuals at UNHCR refugee camps for interviews, they had to look into being interviewed 4 or 5 years down the road. Is that something that's typical, or is that something that's ever come to your attention?
Well, the United Nations is dealing with, I couldn't speak to the United Nations, interview queue with any professionalism, with any professional knowledge. Remember that UNHCR is dealing both with people who have just fled and have an immediate protection need, and they will often interview them within days and refer them to a country within days who will resettle them immediately because the person is at immediate risk. We also have populations who have been residing for generations in refugee camps. Canada was a very large participant in resettling Bhutanese from eastern Nepal. I was involved in it myself. This was like a 20-year phenomena. So from a processing challenge point of view, the UNHCR would there set up a large operation. It would take some time to set it up, and they would interview people to meet the challenges. It is, of course, true that the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, like all humanitarian agencies right now, is in desperate need of additional support and resources. Their appeals, given the catastrophic size of the humanitarian crises around the world, are not being fully funded. So, yes, of course, they could use more resources.
As you can imagine, during these hearings, quite a few things have emerged. I think one of the things that has emerged is that despite the fact that atrocities against the Yazidis started in the summer of 2014, throughout 2015, maybe a handful of people were admitted to the country. Another interesting fact that emerged today is that one of the witnesses who appeared here appeared to say that the previous Minister of Immigration, Mr. Alexander, actually had approved a plan to bring in Yazidis. Would any of you officials know about this? Was it shared with you?
That is incorrect to my knowledge.
Incorrect?
I cannot speak to statements a minister may have made privately, but there's no knowledge in the department of such a decision.
Thank you. I have 1 minute remaining. Mr. Virani.
Mr. Manicom, just to finish the thought, you had said that the majority of the refugees in the region are Muslim, and to dovetail from a question that was asked to you by my Conservative colleague, one knows that when you have policies, there's exclusion by intention, but there's also exclusion by effect. When you have an areas of focus policy that directs departmental officials to prioritize ethnic and religious minorities, I would presume that the impact on the majority group in the region is that their numbers would go down. Is that a fair, logical deduction?
Yes, it is. But if I may add, Mr. Chair, the areas of focus there's 9 of them. And some of them are extremely broad and some of them are extremely narrow. So the way in which they interplay when provided to the United Nations as a general guide to Canada's priorities, and given the actual caseload the United Nations has before them, it's difficult to quantify in any direct way. And also, the use of the areas of focus was very new and was not in place for a very long period of time prior to the election. So it'd be difficult to draw conclusions about its effect. I mean, what you say is probably statistically true, Mr. Virani, but given the very broad nature of some of the areas of focus, it's hard to draw such specific conclusions.
Thank you, Mr. Manicom. I'd like to thank the department officials for appearing at this concluding session of our hearings. Thank you for all of your work, and we will now adjourn. Thank you.
Go ahead, camera.
We will suspend.